Good morning. That's the 28th. Is it really? Jesus Christ, the 28th of June? Yeah, sure it is. Well, my eyes are so blurry. 28th of June, 2024. Big numbers coming up here at the bottom of the hour. Huge, interesting pre-market stuff. Look at this order of 2,039 contracts sitting at 70. You can see how Bookmap shows the liquidity over here in the heat map. We have traded straight up all night. I'm starting to think I should stop sleeping and start trading the overnight right after the open. Just basically stair stepping a very, very tradable. Buy the dips. All the way up for we're up to 68 off of 47, so 20 points. It's not huge, but still methodical and plotting fairly quick. The only problem with overnights, of course, the liquidity. This is the micro composite, which here we'll extend that. Okay, now, so bottom of the hour here in 3 minutes. This report, I want to watch that. See what happens. I will continue to narrate this overnight and whatnot here first. Just quickly about try to get on script here. One of the things, the levels, of course, are these price levels are pushed from IRT, with which I will then, we're looking to open higher out of range. So I'll change this. That's the open type. This is only for my reference visually during the day, and in screen snaps, I can quickly see what kind of open we had. I will enter the statistics related to these prices in a little bit. Now, at the moment, we're sitting higher out of range. This could, fall out of bed and get back into the range or not. Who knows? I'll continue or take a break here. Well, one thing I do want to do is get the risk neutral package enabled for trading, which is 2 lots, both lots at 12 ticks. First risk neutral scale is at positive 12 ticks, and then the runner. You can trade as many of these packages as you want, obviously, but that's how that works. And in order to enable the trading control panel, I select Dome so that I can enter with the keyboard and manipulate the targets and stops on the Dome rather than in this active data window, because a couple of times I've accidentally clicked in this active window. See the mouse from a $ to not, and this means anywhere in here you click, you can have a trade on, and so I'm not handy at that. So I'm set up to trade now. We'll see what happens at 7:30 here. I typically do not trade numbers, but I thought it would be interesting to review the overnight, and these are the most substantial set of numbers that we've had out. So look at that. And now, how would you manage that risk? Do you see what happened there? And there? How you got to trade that? That's pretty crazy. That's the algo, boys. Look at that. Look at that absorption on both sides. They just hammered everybody that had stops and resting orders. They didn't get up to, well, they did get to that. Now, here's something that I'm not aware of. How quickly, that had to be algo. 70 didn't trade out 2,000 stops, or didn't trade out 2,000 contracts. Did it? No, 192 and 400. That's only 5. So it didn't trade out a quarter or half of them. And we traded up to 72. So that's got to be, there's absolutely, I mean, it should be obvious that there's absolutely no way a human executed that quick. So that's the market the environment that we operate in now. And the open will be in another 59 minutes. So get on about my normal pre-market, I guess. That was pretty interesting. I'm not trading those numbers. We are trading down to overnight POC, which is right here. Yeah, so bam, bam, and then just slopping around back to the scene of the crime. Once again, down. Maybe they'll get back up to it again. Typical algorithmic response to a number, the news reading algos. The reason these numbers are dangerous is because say you have a stop right here. Well, a stop converts to a market order, and that means you'll get filled way down here, or who the hell knows. So you have to be extremely, I think it's stupid to try to compete with those guys. There's no way you can, no way I can function in seconds, let alone microseconds. Decide and act, no way. I'm struggling multitasking between doing two, one set of monitors on my upper rack and one set of trading monitors on my lower rack between other responsibilities I have in the trading to be able to functionally trade properly. I can't devote it. I have to be focused and devote attention, laser focused on the trading. And I struggle when I have to be multitasked. We got 2,000 back in at 70. That guy lifted off and then jumped back in there. What happened to all these posts that were over here a minute ago? I thought there was a whole bunch of stuff here, but maybe not. Yeah, so okay, let's maybe just get right into it. Pre-market stuff started about there. That's probably about right. 2-lot package was over here somewhere at about 6 maybe minutes, or no, anyway, 05, 04, I don't know. Trying to get these damn levels in right for the chapters, because I stream the whole day, and these 8-9 hour streams, you got to have the chapters or timestamps in there to get to something meaningful for myself anyway. So let's get to the back to the levels here. I don't know whether I can save this thing or not, but the stream in terms of the snaps and all that stuff. Anyway, so we have continued to march up, even with that number. We have not got a new low. So we've got higher lows and higher highs, and that hasn't changed even after that big volatile number. Okay. This is the IRT chart setup. This is my 6-tick Renko ES. This is my micro composite chart. And the way the levels work are the following. This is my statistics study. The only variables here are where today's RTH period or session it opens with regard to yesterday's RTH session close and range. That's all. So higher out of range or gap up, higher in range, lower in range, lower out of range, gap down. We are looking now where we sit is to open higher out of range. There's 2,003 days reviewed for the study. Of the 2,003 days, 522 of them opened higher in range. Now, the statistics here are for the price levels, and what these mean are that out of these 502 days, which opened higher out of range, 414 of those days, or 79.3% of them, the upcoming RTH price revisited the overnight volume point of control. And the same goes for the rest of these price levels in each of the opening types. That's all there is to it. And I manually enter, let's do it, one, and watch how this works. 79.3 is the overnight point of control, right? Boom. 79.3. I manually enter them because I want to have the touch mentally. It's, writing and viewing and remembering and all that stuff makes it relevant in my mind. So there we have it. The next highest one is always the overnight mid. I may be lying now. Yes, I am lying now. Is 63.8% of the time. 63.8. And in this case, it is not the second highest. The overnight high is the second highest to the overnight point of control, which is 76.6. So ETH high, 76.6 that's the statistic for that. The overnight low, way down there, 33.9% of the time. So 33.9% of the time, we're going to get down to here. And that's how the statistics work. Now, obviously, they're not written in sand. I've already described the parameters upon which these statistics are built, but they are extremely good targets, or give you some indication of the context and the direction of the market for the day. Just a word about the levels here. This is the high time frame level where I manually enter from the micro composite. These are the high volume nodes pushed automatically from my composite chart. This is the full session volume profile. The RTH session volume profile, and it's still plotting yesterday. It will reset at 8:30. Same for Delta. Chart volume profile is just plots what data is on the chart. If I go like this, you'll see this will change. Well, trust me, it'll change at some point. There we go. See how this changes as more data becomes available on the chart? That's how that works. The cloud notes I've already, they are the levels pushed from IRT, and this is the column which I've already explained. I have no indicators on my charts. I have the volume profile, or the POC, point of control, for the full session. And wherever it went, point of control for the RTH session, which is a brighter yellow. Mid. VWAP for full set RTH and the VWAP for ETH. That's it. And those are the same lines which are on my IRT. So I don't have any other charting or indicators or any of that stuff that I use. And then the heat map we've already discussed, looking at where this liquidity it was in the market it was in the book forever, dropped off right there. Now they're back in again. So now he's back out again. I try to keep this scroll to a specific spot about 50 cents, so that I have some sense of scale. It's real easy, and for me, it's really easy to get out of context or, a distorted perspective with Bookmap because you can zoom into microseconds. So I try to keep it where I could get some relative scope, relative perspective. Here was that number at 730. We've now traded to the scene of the crime about 3 or 4 times and sold off. So they decided that lower is the way to go. We are still looking to open higher out of range, as I've got over here. So let's see what else we got going on we can talk about here. The micro composite is this chart. It's just daily RTH bars. That's the basic candlestick, okay? And I draw a volume profile around the group of bars, days where price overlaps. And that's all there is to that. And in so doing, by the way I've got the volume profile set up, it generates a micro composite VPOC, volume point of control. And then these green lines are the high volume nodes, which are pushed to my Bookmap. There's a value area and all the same stuff of any volume profile, but this is the micro composite chart, which I refer to. And you see now that we're trading way up here. You see this little bright line that comes up. That's how IRT indicates the current price. So this is yesterday's price. We are higher and we're out of range. Obvious. All right. Now I think I've probably got it all screwed up here. At 8:20, I will be posting a snap to the TLab, which I do every day at 8:20. The TLab is a Bookmap Discord chat room, which is got a mouse figured out here. Oh, I see a problem there. Yeah, the TLab is a Bookmap Discord chat room started by a guy named Tom B. B like Bravo, whatever his last name is. I have no idea. And I would suggest that after, in my opinion, and I've been doing this for a long time, 99 I started. He's the only guy that I believe is actually real on the internet, streaming, and including many of the educators in Bookmap. First of all, he's been trading his own account successfully for 45 years. His theories about trading as a business, about risk management, about how to go about this align perfectly with what I think. And I guess that's why I believe that, and what I think is true. So therefore I assume and believe that he is the real deal. And probably most important thing to seal that idea or conclusion is that he's got nothing to sell. He's not pimping some website, get my indicator, do this, do that, mentoring, training, none of that crap. And that doesn't go for, I've only listened to one or two other bookmap educators just, falling asleep at night or whatever on YouTube. 90% of what they're talking about is trying to sell something. So and of course the rest of the internet is just, bullshit and bus tickets. I mean, that's all there is to it. And Tom is not. So I recommend heartily the Traders Lab, which is a bookmap and Discord chat room. And there is you have to join the bookmap Discord, of course, but there's it's completely free. He's got 60 PDFs of structured trades there pinned to the top of the Discord thing. And Bookmap does not require you to be a Bookmap subscriber or anything else. So it's a really refreshing place, I think, a refreshing group. And there's a bunch of seriously minded traders that are trying to leverage, the ideas and structured trades and statistics to turn the corner. So that's the pitch about that. A couple other word about levels, I guess, on the charts is that nothing is mysterious about this. The EVPOC or the POCs are just the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the current session. That's all. Nothing mysterious about it. The IB high and low, same thing. Nothing mysterious. It's just the high and low of the first 1 hour of RTH trade. It's called the IB from an old market profile term of initial balance. But there's nothing, none of these things they're all mathematical and logical. There's nothing, you don't have to wear a pointy hat, wizard hat or something like that. Same way with the levels, which are pushed from IRT and the high volume nodes and that kind of thing. It's just all math and statistics. So none of them should be of any, they shouldn't be daunting or, give you pause. It's just, we're approaching the IB high. That's the high of the first hour, period. There are statistics associated with some of those levels. The IB, for example, the overnight high and low. People have done studies, and on the homework study, how many in the opening type that we're looking at, which is higher out of range. What's the percentage of time? Right here it is, 76.6% of the time in a higher out of range open. We price in the upcoming RTH session revisits the overnight high. 79.3% of the time, it revisits the overnight volume point of control. That's it. That's how all of this stuff comes together. And if you approach it that way, I think you'll be better off. I think I will be better off. Which brings me to the reason for this stream, and that is my virtual journal. If somebody tunes in or listens to this and it helps them, super. But the point of this stream is to be my virtual journal. I can hear what I'm thinking by my narration, and I can see what I'm seeing, obviously. I stream it to Bookmap I stream it to YouTube so that I can review it, listen to it on other devices, whatever. And also it doesn't eat up a whole lot of storage space. I do record it locally, and it's pushed to Bookmap or to YouTube also. So that's the purpose of the stream. I've made a commitment to myself to not take any trades off stream because that's, who am I trying to cheat? It's my journal. How stupid would that be? And I'm interested in full transparency about it for myself. So that's the reason I stream the whole session, because a couple of times I've come into back to the office or whatever else and noticed a trade setting up and was not able to, did not take it because the stream was not live. So that's kind of disappointing. One other word about the risk neutral trade setup that I want to make sure I point out. And that is, there has to be remember that the risk neutral trade setup is both contracts have a 12 tick stop. The first risk neutral scale is positive 12 ticks or 3 points. So in order for me to have a valid entry for any setup, the first requirement is the scale. There can be no obstacles between the entry and the first scale. And which means got to be 3 points. So if I wanted to short here and target the previous, it's not that this is a setup trade or anything else. If I wanted to short here and target the previous RTH high, couldn't do it because this is 7.5 points and this is 55. That's only 2.5 points. So there's not enough range to the scale. In other words, if I put that trade on or entered, my first scale would be below that obstacle, which just adds so there you go. That's a real important criteria. It filters out a lot of silly trades, and entry location is so important in trading. It's as important as, if not more important than any of the other aspects. Because, for example, if you're going to go short and you enter right here, where the hell is your stop going to go? Right in the middle of all this traffic, hugely increasing the possibility or the probability that you're going to get stopped out. So, and that takes me to the next point. I'm really making some headway here now. This is great. Okay. What I'm trying to do here is go in sequence so that I have these stream chapters already pretty much in the right order, because it takes a lot of concentration on my part to, when I'm trying to look at the market, to be thinking about time and jotting this stuff down or whatever else. Anyway, approaching trading as a business, not as a video game, which is, I think, obviously the most important aspect of it all. Hold on, I hear a bunch of noise going on here. I don't know how much mute has been going on there. Kind of a gun. Really disappointing. I have a hotkey or two set up on my keyboard for OBS, and I am invariably muting myself when I type and not paying attention to it. I need to get a stream deck, but it's like, my goal in life is not to be a YouTube influencer or streamer. Sure, it would be nice if I had 100 or 200,000 subs and was getting paid a tidy little sum for it. That'd be super. But my goal, as I said, of the stream is my virtual journal, and my mission in life, or my goal, one of my missions in life, is to be a successful, consistently profitable trader that I can replace and or not be insecurely dependent, paycheck dependent on my other responsibilities. That would be as big a weight off my shoulders as when you get the risk neutral scale. You cannot imagine how that affects your psychology in a trade. The minute that scale hits, you are risk neutral, and unless you're a complete idiot and move your stops away from your entry, the worst that can possibly happen is a scratch. Doesn't help your win rate, doesn't do any of that stuff, but you don't lose any money. And the primary goal or the primary mission of a trader is to preserve capital, manage risk, preserve capital, and be able to trade tomorrow. If you can't trade tomorrow, what the hell's what has all of this done for you? Nothing. What am I doing here? Yeah, I'm screwing up. That's what I'm doing. That's why I don't like to do this. I wish there was this. Okay. Damn it. Again. Because I typed the word management. I typed primary, and the M is the mute. I don't know what to do. Maybe I need to remove that hotkey and just use my mouse, I guess. My problem is I type something and I don't have any idea how long the damn thing's been going. What I was saying was the primary objective of a trader is risk management and simplify it even more, be able to trade tomorrow. All of this time, effort, statistics, vetting, blah, blah, blah is bullshit if you blow up your account. If you can't trade tomorrow, none of it means anything. Now here we go back in range again. Damn it. I think I'll do that. Got to remember how I put the hotkeys in OVS. It's so funny. I always seem to have something come up when I just have kind of mentally decided I'm going to buy that Stream Deck. Then I've got the boom arm, the Shure microphone, all that crap for the XLR mics, but I was going to get a Rhodes Duo Stream Deck. Then I wouldn't have to rely on the keyboard stuff. And I think the more I think about it, I think that's a good idea. I'm going to take off that. See if I can remember how to do that right now, actually. Or Friday. I'll do it later. Yeah, I forgot what day it was. All right, so let me see now. Ooh, 2 minutes till the big post. What I post, in case that could be interesting to somebody, is this. This is my TLab post right there. This is to show, because a lot of people there, as I said earlier about my description of the TLab Traders Lab by Tom B., nobody has to have anything. There's no requirement for what charting package you use, whether you use Bookmap or not, whether you're a subscriber, nothing. Just come there, learn, share your learning, share your knowledge with the other people. It's really a pretty magical environment. Pretty amazing in this day and age, actually, and completely free. No obligation, which is, I keep looking for. I'm kind of cynical, I guess. I keep wondering what the hell where the hook is, but there isn't one, apparently. Obviously, Bookmap's point of view, they want to sell subscriptions to Bookmap, or, they want people to subscribe to Bookmap, obviously. But within the TLab, they never, send you emails or do anything like that. In TLab, a lot of the people use Bookmap and share screen snaps, and I looked at this and I did that. So it's working, I'm sure. But anyway, so I post this, which just to give people who don't have access to all the latest and greatest charting stuff, or at least the same level of charting stuff that I have. This are, pretty comprehensive group of levels for ETH, RTH. This looks back over the darker colored ones here are the RTH levels starting at 830, ending at 1600. The reverse colors are the overnight or the ETH, and shows back a whale, got naked points of control. And so I just make a snap of this and throw it in the TLab every day at 820. A lot of people have said that they rely on it. I also have these, my price levels, these cloud note levels, which are pushed from my IRT to Bookmap. I also share these openly in TLab, so anybody can. I have on my machine, it's internal, obviously, but I also have a duplicate that uploads to a Google, whatever it is, a Google Sheets or something, whatever you call it, place, and I share that link. So anybody on the TLab who does have Bookmap, it doesn't have all the other stuff, can throw that in their Bookmap, and they can have the same levels to use. Try to help where we can, right? Or that's my philosophy. And so now, do the old copy here. And and go to TLab on my trading machine. And copy this bad boy over. And now we'll get back to the current. Yeah. Okay. So what are we going to do? Oh boy, we're still higher in range. No, we're not. We're lower in range. Now we're higher in range now because we're under yesterday's RTH high rather than higher out of range. Son of a bitch. Well, I'll change this. And now we've got the mid there, VPOC. This is the overnight, or the ETH VPOC. This is the overnight range, of course. Full session since 1700 last night. And this will reset here at 8:30. Come on, get it over there. I don't want to change everything around. I'm not going to change these levels. The higher out of range levels are a little more pessimistic for certain levels than are the higher in range. So I think I would always try to err on the pessimistic side, I think. Therefore, I'm not going to bother changing these. I'd change the name here because on the snaps, I want to know exactly what the open type really was, and I can quickly look at that without fumbling around with IRT and looking at the stuff. All right, here we go. Open in 6 minutes. Well, this is kind of nice, getting all my pre-market out of the way and everything early on. Usually I try to log on around 8 because I have school runs and things at 7:30 and so on, but not today on Friday. So that's been kind of handy. Let's have a look over here at the pre-market, or at the overnight. Lovely overnight. Just a series of higher lows and higher highs. The number came out and they decided they were going to take some profit off of all this longs. So they're basically squeezing out the longs, or, spanking them. And you always want to be sure you look from about here, which is London, right about 2 o'clock. Yeah, that was pretty close. I mean, yeah, overnight opens, you just throw in a long and let it go to sleep and get up in the morning and take it off. That'd be just magical, wouldn't it? That would be the euphemism of day trading is having an ATM in your basement. And here we go. We're going to open, and when we do so, I will update my IRT from full session 1700 to 1600 to the day session by just simply clicking this. So I'll do that. No big deal, but I do that. To be honest with you, I'm not really sure if those affect the levels. I've always done that so that they don't affect the levels. What will happen is that this overnight trade will go away from view, and it will be where am I here? Okay, this will go away. So it will go from it will go from wherever the open is in relationship to yesterday's closing range. This trade will not be visible. I'm not sure whether that's a good thing or a bad thing. Be honest about it. But we're going to open in about 30 or 40 seconds here. So, yeah, there we go. Come on, man. Get it up there. 3 points. Let's go. Oh. Well, pretty obviously, we're going to open low, higher in range. There we go. That's the open. We've reset. I'll start to track my migrating VPOC. I do that this way right here. I throw this flag in. Boom, boom. There we go. That's how that works. And now I got another one down here already. And I do this because as the day progresses, the yellow brick road scrolls off to the left, and it's very easy to see where we were. And I've got to change this damn thing. Irritating. In range. Okay, there we go. So we got a little glimmer of a swing high. We didn't get up to our previous RTH high. We're looking like the ETH low is going to come into play here pretty quick. Basically, we're just trading down. And one thing about this VPOC migration is in the early stages of the trading session, it takes very little volume to move this, right? And remember that the VPOC is just the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session. All it takes is, this is 23.75. If one up here is 23.76, boom, it'll migrate. That's all there is to it. So I've got the VWAP going there. That's all right. Okay. Remembering my conversation about range, nothing I could do here, right? There's not 3 points between any of these major levels. So in my trade plan, that didn't work. And, I'm getting left in the dust a lot trading lately. I see folks that are progressing really, really well in the Traders Lab and becoming quite consistently profitable, which is really great for them. I've got my 80 ticks so far this morning, and I'm going to focus on something else today or whatever else. That's really great. Here we go. So we had our opening swing low, and now we're up here. Here's that IB high that I spoke of earlier, and you see it's just the high so far of the first 1 hour of trade, and the IB low similarly, the low of the first hour of trade. We've got the mid above, and the and that overnight volume point of control way up there at 65. What you would imagine here is happening, or what I imagine here is happening. Okay, so they traded it up. Then they squeezed them out down here where these guys got short right into after the report. So you'd kind of imagine this is Friday. It's going into a holiday week. Maybe they're taking some profit. Same, and if you look at it on a higher time frame, all of these guys that are long down in here, yeah, we'll see what's up with that. Man, my eyes are killing me. Never lived in this state or part of the states before. The air quality sucks. Always getting something on the computer, Stay inside, hide under your pillow, kind of a thing. So this is a VPOC migration. This would be a vetted structural trade in the TLab. The VPOC migrated up here. I don't have a success rate with this setup because I can never figure the trigger. If I would have gone long here, sure as hell, this thing would have pulled back to check if this was too low, and I'd be stopped out. In this case, it's working like it's supposed to. There was some consolidation. There was the VPOC migration up, and it's trading on higher now. I also couldn't enter because it's 55 here, right? Where's the first obstacle? 56. Then there's another one at 57 before we get up here to our next target. And there's one here at the VWAP at 59. So you wouldn't have your 3-point scale until you're up here at 59, and it hasn't gotten there yet. It undoubtedly will. Highly likely it will get to the mid and then the overnight point of control. I'm just saying from my point of view. Now, I'm sure that because I typed an M, no, it didn't mute the damn thing. So now I am extra curious as to what's going on. Yeah. Anyway, here we go with that first target of the overnight mid right there. Boom. So there we have a target. Now there are people who will undoubtedly have said, okay, at this overnight swing, when we tested down here, I got on a long, targeting the overnight mid, and then the overnight VPOC. And that is a lovely trade. That's 10 points. But I'm not on it. I'm trying to be more conservative, and I realize that there's a lot of hold on a second. Which one are you talking about? Oh, what is she saying there? What the hell are you talking about, lady? I don't really know. Damn it. Wrong keyboard. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I gotta get my keyboard straightened out and whatever else. So yeah, disappointing. Would have been a lovely. Now you see what would happen. Okay, so here's this VPOC migration up. Okay, worked out just Jim Dandy. Here's the second one. Oh boy, here test down, comes back up. Now what's happening? Well, we just got stopped out. I really can't figure a trigger, and maybe there isn't one. Maybe that's just the percentage. Not every setup has a high expectancy. Could have a negative expectancy, in which case you throw it in the garbage. But okay, so this one worked. This one didn't work. Well, that's 50-50, right? So I guess if over a large sample size, which is the real key to this whole thing, to trading as a business, a statistically driven probabilities business, there is a percentage of time that if you take every VPOC migration, whichever way, just as an aside note, one of the criteria for me is that migration has got to be in the direction of context, right? Context so far today, there's not much question about it. It's up. There's our opening swing pullback, and then up we go, right? So far the context is up. On the micro composite, the context is up on a higher time frame. We're, consolidated up, or so far. Now it could, come clear down here today. This is today's trade. This is where we ended up yesterday. So I would say then one of my criteria for my micro composite migration would be it's got to be in the direction of the higher time frame of the daily context and the higher time frame context, which would be up. Now, if you took it exactly here, mechanically, that's 59, and this is 56.75. Very likely stopped out right there. And now going your way. Okay, someone else will say, well, what I do is I look for the pullback after the VPOC migration, and then I would go along down here. Okay, but there wasn't one here, here, here. So what'd you do there? Because there wasn't a pullback, you didn't take it. You see how that can become confusing, at least for me. mute again. Likely, we will. Our IB is pushing up, testing towards this overnight volume point of control. So that's a likely target. And you see how they work. We opened, we did all this flip-flopping around down here. We took out previous high, got down to the overnight close. Hold on, I'm going to sneeze. Wow. Holy crap. I don't know why that happens, but I guess the air here. Anyway, sorry. I got to get Stream Deck. I can't hit the mute quick enough. So you see how these levels are not set in stone. They're not hard and fast targets, but they are definitely give you a clue. It's not at all out of the realm of possibility. Down here, we started talking about the mid, which became a reality. It was taken out. And next on the hit parade is the overnight volume point of control. And if you want to get real technical, the overnight high. And I would say that they're going to try to get that overnight point of control. So once again, I sit here like a bump on a frickin' log talking to this thing and not trading. I don't know what to do. This is definitely not helping my goals. That's for sure. Another word here that might be interesting is 01, 20, 29. Trying to get this not stupid, but these timestamps and stuff. Boy, I wish I could find something automated. I could just hit a key and they would, I could do the text part later. But anyway, okay, one thing to note about the levels, which I think I forgot to mention earlier, is the value area high, or in this case, the value area high, value area low, and the developing value area high and value area low, and how those are differentiated is this is the value area low from yesterday's RTH session, value area high from yesterday. Developing is this current developing session. It's also, for whatever reason, if you happen to somehow, oh yeah, at the market, when I was talking about the stream first started, ahead of this current RTH open, the developing value area high and low would pertain to the overnight. But value area high and value area low are always the previous RTH session, not the previous session, which now would be ETH. So to be clear, value area high, value area low are the previous RTH session. Developing is the current session, whether it's overnight or RTH. Now it's RTH. Oh boy. So I would really like to put on a nice, I see these guys, a lot of success. People are finding a lot of success with the TLab and with the principle, the theories that I've been talking about this morning and every morning, more for my own reinforcement than for, obviously if it helps somebody, great. Again, this stream is my virtual journal, right? So these things I'm talking to myself about these things. One of the fellows yesterday posted his stats, which you can now get on Bookmap. 7 trades, 118 ticks, 5 long and 2 short, or something like that. So that's $1,250. You just do that day in and day out. There's a couple hundred days in a trading session. That's $250,000, $300,000 a year. Consistent, and he's one of the consistent. He's a programmer and is really handy with Python. So he early on had a bunch of trades vetted. He started trading full time, 21, I think, and hooked up with Tom in the TLab a couple of months after that, and has been consistently profitable ever since. Turned the corner within about 6 months, and has been consistently profitable, and that's all he does for a living. Same with Tom, and same with several other folks in the TLab, I think. I don't know. I wouldn't want to put words in their mouth, but I would certainly be surprised if not so. So what we've got here is a developing value area high, IB high. Now we have just rolled 9 o'clock. Okay, or we'll certainly do so in about a minute. So there is a statistic, part of our statistics, which actually may have noticed. May have noticed when I posted those screen snaps of, oh, look at there. And there was a report out at 9 o'clock, right? So there we go. Takes out that overnight. Anyway, the statistic is the IB high or low statistic. And that is about 99% of the time, either the IB high or the IB low, and or is a huge word in statistics, are taken out within the balance of the RTH period. We know that I've already said ad nauseum that the IB high and low is just the high and the low of the first 1 hour of trade in the RTH. So sometime in the balance of those hours, whether it's 1 second after 9:30 or 1 second before 1600, the IB low or high are taken out 99, 98% of the time. That doesn't mean that it's a tradable statistics, because it could be either one. Now, what someone has figured out, Rod, the guy that I was just talking about that had the lovely trade and does programming with Python and statistics with Python, he worked out that there is something that they now refer to as the IB30, which says that the high or low of the first 30 minutes is exceeded, either up or down, by the high or low of the second 30 minutes. And that has an 80 or 90% probability also. So what we've just seen here, of course, this is a report, so that's really not accurate. Our IB high was right here at about 64. On this report, right at 9 o'clock, we did take it out. And here we go again. We're taking it out again and continuing to head up to the overnight high. Why are we going up there? Well, there's a whole lot of fuel up there because there's all the overnight people that were short on this big down move of their stops up here. So there's a high likelihood that there's going to be a bunch of fuel living right up here above this. And, there's some pretty substantial numbers up here. Let's see what happens. There goes a stop pickup. And there you have it. And I believe, no, not quite, but approaching a new all-time high. Incredible. Look at it go. Now they got a squeeze on them. Now they're squeezing all those shorts, and they'll continue to run. These are the times when I feel like such a dummy. I'm standing here talking and looking at this thing, and let's look over here. What in the hell do you suppose the context of the day is? If you just threw us along on any place along here, well, here you would have gotten taken out. Throw along on anywhere in here, on any one of these VPOC migrations, and, rest is history. 30 points. Times 4, 120 ticks. Boom. And it's 9 o'clock in the morning. You're all done in 30 minutes. Makes me feel so stupid. Or whatever it is. Analysis paralysis, maybe. I think that's the thing. And now we're just touching this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 taps here at the IBI. There's two theories about that. One is that this liquidity and all these taps at this level, I mean, it's the level because that's where price is doing this, is high resistance and strong. I more tend to lean to the fact that it's weak. The more taps at a level, the weaker that level becomes. The less people to defend it, and especially in this case, when you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, all these top pickers that have got their stops living up there, that throws in a whole lot of fuel. And then after a stop pick, then maybe But in this case, a short would certainly not be in my vocabulary today. And there's the overnight, or there's the all-time high. So just above us. And as Tom would say, what that's doing that for, I don't know. These are the days that we work for. There are people that are making a buttload of money right there in the first 30 minutes of this day. And here's the NQ. Same idea. The NQ is 200 points. This is 200 points. This is 2050. And this is 2233. That's 200 points. Goodness. an absolute full out opening drive straight up in a trend day. Trend days are in the definite minority of trading. Most of the time it's mean reversion like yesterday here. And, you can look at these days. Mean reversion, mean reversion, mean reversion, trend. Today, trend. And you see what's happening over here. A minute ago when I was talking about this, it was right down in here. And here we are taking out a new, blowing snot and all-time highs hit pocket over here. To quote an old saying from my youth. Yeah. What the hell I was going to say there now. Look at it go. Now, the problem I have, well, obviously I have a lot of problems because I haven't taken a trade yet, and it's been about as clean an upshot as opening trade as I can remember seeing in a long time. Where to get on when there's no pullbacks. We've had 2 pullbacks since the open. The rest of the time is just up. Driven by that Michigan number at 9. Yeah. I can't begin to even remember how many 100 times the IB30 stat's been taken out. I don't know what to do here. I got to maybe stop talking and just go back to the way I used to just trade and not worry about the stream stuff. I don't know what to think, actually. I seem to spend more time thinking about narrating this and describing what I'm seeing and making sure I've got my timestamp thing updated than the business at hand, which is trading. That's really stupid. I don't know. Anyway. Oh, no. I was going to do something at 1:34 and I didn't remember what. And I don't know whether I don't know where the mute went. I would say we're probably going to get a new all-time high here. And there would be a buttload of stops up there. Now, this is kind of a puzzle to me because if I had to look at this right here, I would say we are past the all-time high, unless that's way back somewhere before, which I don't have the just for a sake of resources, I can't scroll back that far. With the micro composite. But this is certainly 55.85. Yeah, I gotta figure that out. I mean, I have to have this more accurately understood. I have this in here because for a reason, and I'm pretty damn sure that it's correct. Let me see how I could do that quickly. I don't know. I have to think about that. I'm not gonna. Well, now are we going to get a pullback? Have we topped out, or is this a pullback for the run to the high? Okay, let's look at something else. The highest volume in this distribution is 43.13. So let's wind back down here to this, and we've got 67.07. It's actually probably higher than that because it's between these two numbers. The RVPOC. So in order for the POC to migrate up here to this distribution, this number's got to get up 2,000 more, 2,500 contracts need to trade up here in order to get this to migrate up. So that's not probably imminent at this point. I mean, sure, it likely will before the day is over, but just to illustrate the point, right? That's all that is required for these levels to do all this gyrating around. And if they get into this big string of singles, are they kind of just zip back to the bottom, which is extremely, extremely high possibility. Taking a short here would be definitely counter rotation, counter trend, right? Because the what happened there? Where'd you go, Mr. Mouse? There you are. Taking account, this would definitely be counter trend so far. But remember, this is only the first 30 minutes. Well, it hasn't even been an hour yet. Jesus, what a move! Wow. And I feel so stupid for standing here talking and looking at this stuff firsthand, unobstructed, haven't been bothered by something else, and not taking advantage of these trades. I don't know what to think about myself anymore. I gotta really think about this and set a goal for myself, and I don't know. I always have a viable but perhaps convenient excuse, So, okay, it's the end of the quarter, the end of the month, it's the end of our quarter. So in my other world, I do all the rev rec and accounting and forecasting and financial stuff and to do with the services projects and project management, administer the server, etc. So there's a lot to do at the end of a month and a quarter. And we forecast weekly. So there's a continual stream of stuff I need to do there in addition to my normal project management stuff of managing all the service projects that we do. And this is a global company, so had offices in Asia and Europe and Canada, here, Brazil, Colombia, Mexico. I oversee all of it. It was really perfect when we lived in Kuala Lumpur for 11 years. It was perfect because all the daytime crap was out of the way. The market opened at 21:30. Family was in bed. Obviously, daughter was younger. Family was in bed. Well, the day was done. I had complete unobstructed focus and on the market. It was really great. And I didn't have any, guilt stuff. Or if somebody sends me an email or the auditor, we're also doing an audit now too. The auditor sent me some email. I've had to jump off and answer that and get some screen snaps for her for closing stuff on a couple of projects. All of that is just, I find that harder for me to multitask with high efficiency and focus than it used to be, which is, I guess, a function of getting older. Guess. I have no other excuses. I provide myself with the best equipment I can, and I build my own trading machines and stuff like that. I have fiber optic, 1 gig fiber optic, 10 gig fiber optic, and 32-inch 4K monitors on a rack, and I have no excuses. It's a poor workman that blames his tools for sure, but I'm not doing that. The fault lies with me. The fault of my lack of consistent profitability lies with me. No question about that. I just, but the important part is that can't continue, and I will not let it continue. So, I've got to turn around and get back on track where I was. And I'm hoping this stream is a help. Maybe it's not. Maybe it takes away too much of my focus on actually trading, or I should just not worry about timestamps and covering all these various narration points and just narrate what the market's doing and trade it and deal with the rest of it. I don't know. I guess I got to think about all that stuff. Fortunately, got a weekend coming up and a holiday week, 4th of July next week. So that's a long break. So that'll be good. Okay, so now the hell's going on? We wouldn't want to do that. Yeah, so we have now approaching the IB stat, which I referred to early on, that the IB is the high and low of the first 1 hour, and that they continue to move up in the case of the high or down in the case of the low, along with price. So far in the first, whatever it is, oh, see, there's that migration I was talking about, right there. We just exceeded the previous level that I mentioned back, several minutes ago. And now, in another 2 minutes or less, the IB will be set, meaning that this will not be continue to move. Now I got somebody pinging me on the other side there. What the hell does she want? Now here you go. Here is that VPOC migration that I've been talking about so many different times this morning. Okay, twice it's worked. Twice you've been stopped out categorically, taking it mechanically. So where's the trigger? Here's that VPOC migration up after a long while. We're at the developing value highs up here. IB high. IB sets in another. IB is set now. We are now past 930, and the VPOC migrated just prior to that. But any kind of a trade for VPOC migration in the direction of context, and you're stopped out. So I really don't understand. I haven't properly identified I really haven't identified two. Wow. 03. Come on. Yeah. Now what is it? You can't, if you took it there, your goose is cooked. That's 81 and it's 76, right? That's 5 points. So you're stopped out immediately. You come back up here, jog around. What is this going to be it? Is it going to waffle around here and then head up to higher ground? I really don't. I mean, I guess the thing that's intriguing about the VPOC migration is sort of like and I suppose in similar respect, the IB. It's goddamn obvious, right? It's obvious as a nose on your face. It's big, the yellow brick road comes zooming one direction or the other. There's no question about the fact that the VPOC migrated. So that I think, for those of us who are watching these kinds of things, I think that tends to, it's obvious as the nose on your face. So that would be one that you would think, well, there's a good trade because I can't miss that setup signal. My problem with it is, as I've described a couple of different times in this morning's stream, what's the rest of the parameters around it? Where's the trigger? How do you, where's the entry? Where's the trigger? That's the part that leaves me cold so far. you know, again. Well, and here comes VPOC migrating back down again. What's going on now? Okay. Now notice that this is not a previous RTH VPOC location. This muted yellow is the full session. Now this bright one is the RTH. So now they're back together again, but that wasn't the case over here. I don't think I missed one. I did. Yeah, I most definitely did. I missed this one right here. So it was here before. I missed it. It jumped up, doop, doop, right back down. So there you go. Always happens. Price check aisle 3. Was it too high, too low? I mean, Tom has a whole bunch of different ways of saying that, or TLab guys do, but yeah. uh Oh, I don't know. I have no idea what they're going to do with it now. We did, we ate that string of singles, and here we are back down here at below the lower distribution. So right back at the previous RTH. That didn't make any sense. Hold on a second here. That's because Uncle Billy didn't change the damn thing right. Okay, boom. Why didn't that work? I thought I changed these from the overnight to the day session already, but apparently not. So that threw me off there for a second. Not just visually. Yeah. Okay. So right back here to the previous RTH high. There we go. Right back here to the previous RTH high. Yeah. And Friday, and I'm so disappointed in myself for not being able to action my thinking. But, onward and upward. I actually asked a question in the TLab. I'm curious if anybody answered. Well, I don't know what any of that shit means. Is it? so we had a hell of an opening drive to the first, 9:13, so the first 30 minutes of the market. And then we have basically pulled back, had a VPOC migration up, back down to the exact same level or pretty close. And now we're consolidating around that level and building out this profile, or this distribution. Look at that over here on the market profile chart, and they're zoomed up here, and then we got into this string of singles, and back down we came. Now we're building this out. A lot of times they talk about repairing a profile from the past. So if you want to look at this thing, look where this trade right here more or less fills in this one, right? I don't know whether that's, I don't know the validity of that. There's so many wives' tales and old sayings, and whether any of them were ever based in fact or statistics or not, that's another one. That's why I am so focused on, and other members, guys I know in trading business as a statistical business of probabilities and not all this other crap. For example, some of the most successful companies nowadays are, BlackRock, Citadel, HFTs, right? Do you imagine that they pay attention to any of that stuff? Of course not. They can't. It's all statistical and done mathematically at levels. When this happens, that happens, period. It's programmatically. It's not any kind of discretion involved there. As I understand it, obviously I've never worked in a high frequency trading firm because I don't have a PhD from MIT, and that's some pretty heavyweight brain power in those places, as I understand it. So what I know is that I seem to be suffering from analysis paralysis, whether it's a function of this narration, which preoccupies my, whichever cortex it is that's right here and right now. I don't know. I know it's pretty damn not good. I got to figure it out quick and get on. There's some fantastic market moves these past few days and weeks that I've not been able to take advantage of, and I should be taking out at least 100 ticks a day. So we'll see what goes. Now, once again, actually, that would have been a viable entry. It's not an exhaustion or at a level or anything, but there was clean range to the. Oh, wait a minute. Where the hell did the POC go? Okay, they're both together. All right. Whole bunch of stuff stacked up right here, huh? Well, it doesn't seem right. This is not, oh yeah, this is the overnight VWAP. Something to notice is that the overnight is different to the full session because this continues to change. This is the full session volume profile. Started at 1700 last night and continues. It didn't stop at 0830 this morning. This is the overnight VWAP, which stopped at 8:30 this morning when the RTH opened. I don't know whether that matters or not. Wow, look at that. So there was a nice, there was a qualified short of only 4 points, but up, exhaustion to trigger, clear, 3 points to the target. Now, who would be able to anticipate that absorption or that little sell off would happen right there? I sure as hell wouldn't be the guy to do that or to know that. Wow, they're really doing a lot of jumping around. Well, I stepped back, quite a nice sell-off. This was I was standing here, but didn't act on this one quick enough, targeting this low and the previous RTH low. The real setup that was missed here was the IB continuation, or the settlement and ETH low. Came up here, petered out, tested back here again, and then fell on that. That was actually a structured trade and a good one, I think. So we come through the IB low, come up and test again and fall out. Similar idea to what we're doing here. We got buyers in here. This was the absorption, buyers being absorbed. And that was a real, that was a classical entry for me. Also, this was a good mean reversion from the low to the high, from outside in. So I will likely not take a trade today, last day of June, because this area here now is FOMO. First of all, what happens if you enter anywhere here? Where's your stop going to be? Right in the middle of all this traffic. Thanks for coming out. This was since I've walked back in the office, this was the tested opportunity and a great location. I just didn't recognize and react fast enough. It had been at 40, down at 34, 6 points, and looking lower. Well scaled, now looking for low of the day and all this fuel, the fuel that's living down here from all the stops, and the potential run on down to the previous day's low, previous RTH low, I should say. And every time they test this low, it becomes weaker. So that means it's more likely to give up the ghost. And that happens to be right on the micro composite VPOC, which is obviously a high volume node. And if we go just a little bit below that, just below here, it's a outside day. And Tom was short up here against 51. So this would have been equally good where I was talking about right here. Just got up a little bit later than I planned. These sellers are trapped at the moment. Are they going to win or are they going to lose? We got a consolidation going on here now, an auction, right? These buyers didn't get anywhere. They were absorbed and now they're underwater. So chances are likely we're going lower. Got a lot of liquidity piled up down here. And of course, there's stops all along this low, below this low, and there would be a lot of stops below yesterday's low. I'd like to see it go back up and test there again, and I'd throw a short on it, but not now, not down here. And this time of the day. I'm going to watch this. My preference is always to short. And so this is a setup that I would think would be an active short, and it's in context with the rest of the day. But at the time of the day, and it's a Friday afternoon, are these shorts going to start taking profit or get a bit of a squeeze? That's what I don't know. That makes me hesitate to short any place in here. I wish I would have taken this when I stepped in and saw it. I would be scaled risk neutral. Then it's, put on your helmet and sit where it goes. So, that's not a bother at that point. But at this point where we're getting all this consolidation and chop and building this microstructure here, that's a crapshoot. Up here, quick enough, which I'm not. Up here, this test up to the value area low, test over actually. That, obviously, if you want your druthers, you get to the IB test the consolidation up here, but I mean the IB continuation up there, but I don't know. I don't know about this. It could go, as far as I'm concerned, could go anyway. I think it's going to go down, but that could just be because that's the way I always imagine it's going to go. Yeah, see a totally different complexity when you're in a short from up here. Now you're managing, you're doing trade management, so you're just riding it down and trail down to here. I'm sure he's got his stops drill down here someplace, and he's just going to see if he gets the pop one through for that extra profit. What I'm talking about at this point, because I'm flat, would be initiating. So that's a lot higher risk, I believe, at this point. And they may just take it and run straight down with it. That's absolutely possible. exactly why I said what I said. Now, if your FOMO got a hold of you down here and you're short, you're sweating bullets because you're right up against the stop. Again, I was reading something and I didn't get on a short here because I'm still not convinced that this is the correct thing to do. I think that all of these people here that have been betting on a short have got their stops up here. So I would suspect, and I just typed something in Traders Lab actually, that we might well look at a squeeze into the close because of all the shorts, and it's Friday afternoon and it's going into a holiday weekend and so, you know, we're only coming up to 2:00 here. So got a lifetime of trading left. And if you were blazing fast and got on any one of these little peaks around here and got your short off, you're scaled. So that's all that matters. Once you're scaled, it doesn't, then it's a whole different world. Hitting in now is FOMO. That's looking for a breakout. And then you've got to get another 3 points. You've got to get from here past the low and almost down to the previous RTH low before you're scaled, which means you've got all this liquidity living there. Granted, there's a lot of stops down there, and they're probably going to hit through right now. But I just don't think that it's a trade for me, and it's, I guess I'll finish out June without any good trading. Put June behind me and see, pop through that pre-existing IB low, and then jump back up again. So there wasn't that big stop run that would be expected down there. Set up for scalping. Don't have one, then you're a gambler, then you're gambling. Just a gambler. And you're just fucking noise. Gambling. What? Oh, see, I still got lots of time there. I was thinking it was almost 2 there, so maybe we get some of that down there now. That's a shame. I missed these right up here, and I don't feel bad about missing this absorption right there. I'm not sure which is worse, having the having the discipline and the control not to take these kinds of trades when I wasn't in at the desk at the opportune setups, or watching the things just grind lower in the direction that I was anticipating. Entirely too much of the latter happening, I'm sure. In my life, I gotta just deal with it. Maybe I'll get a lots of buyers not getting any place there. Or that's delta buying. So I wonder if those are shorts covering, which would be just a fine position to be in, actually, wouldn't it? Short from any place up in here, or as Tom was short off of 51, which was somewhere a long way back, I guess. Tom was short about here around 51-ish. So he's, and looking at this nice trade down, 20 points right now. Now we're testing up here to the high volume node and the volume micro volume point of control. Certainly not a place to short. However, there's a likelihood that we're going to take out this low because there's got to be some stops down there. That's pretty. That's pretty accurate, I think. I am leery at this time about the likelihood of a short squeeze. It's just quite a pretty dramatic day. Rocket opening drive and then 50-point sell-off or more, 60-point sell-off. So, yeah. Here's exactly why getting antsy and trying to take trades in these short ranges at the bottoms and stuff and different times is not such a good idea. Okay, now what are we going to do? Are we going to test this and go down, or are we going to go up? I'm half a mind to just take a shot. Wow, look at that. The minute I start talking, it turns around on me. I think given the situation, the time of day, and where we are, I'm going to watch. I'm going to watch and see. I see there's what I believe there are here is two possibilities. First of all, I'm way late for the short, which is up here. The context of the afternoon and most of the day has been short. A trend day, short. However, it's 2:00, pretty quick. The power hour. It's a Friday afternoon and it's a holiday weekend. So wouldn't some of these short traders want to take some profit? Okay, that holds over my head for taking any one of these shorts, looking for the pop of the overnight low, which didn't really have any stops associated with it. I mean, the previous day's low, which didn't have any stops associated with it, or the previous RTH low. So I'm not sure which would outweigh. I'm kind of leaning that it might be a short squeeze. Got a lot of delta buying going on down here, which I'm assuming is delta buys, right? I'm assuming that all of this is short covering. If it's not, there is a buttload of people buying down here that aren't getting any place. And that would mean that all of their stops are loading up down here. I don't know which way I think. But it looks like I'm going to know here pretty quick if they pop down through there and it goes, China or someplace. Oh, that's weird. Doesn't want to react very much like I wanted it to. Yeah, that's got a naked volume point of control down here. I think still active. Previous Globex low. Oh, here we are. Here we are at the previous low of the day. We've now gone through tested right down to the low. Yesterday's low while I was busy flipping around trying to get my screens to look right. That's pretty annoying. So any one of these stops would have been a good one. I would be scaled. 30, got to get above 33. You would have to get up in here around the 34 mark in order to have a reasonable entry for this particular short. But where are you targeting? The stops below the previous low of the day, and they didn't hit them yet. They're getting close to them, but they didn't hit them. Yeah, typically I would be, hitting into that as a breakout going lower, and it may just go flying down there for another 8 or 9 points, and I'll be saying, I told you so. I'm trying to be cautious and prudent and risk aware, account aware. There's a lot of selling there that isn't going any place. It's getting absorbed. There we go. There's a few stops that got taken out, 597 of them right there. And now it would be an opportune, because they've taken out this fuel to hit the squeeze, and up we go. Could be a lot more stops out there too, but I'm just saying They have now tested down here and taken these stops out, so it's not off. It wouldn't be surprising to me to see them turn this thing around and start heading up in squeeze mode. It's a little early, though, for that. So I guess that's absorbing selling, I guess. I got to get that damn correlated market on here, too. I had that on until I rolled over and I forgot to put in the new one. Now, this would be considered exhaustion. 636 stops out, one stop out. Little iceberg buying, not much. So that's that would be considered exhaustion. But talk about buying the low of the day. That's that's pretty dicey. But that is exhaustion. We've come down here. We took out 518 stops, back around, taken out 20 stops, whatever it is, 630. Yeah, so not that that's it doesn't seem to be doing a lot of good. We keep exhausting, but the buyers aren't getting any place either. Oh. It's kind of early for a convictive, like closing swing type of trade with conviction. For the squeeze, for example, it's a little bit early, and they can flip them around a bunch of different times before that happens. And on the other side of the coin, what do we have going on here? Well, we got 54, we got 22, we got 11. So it's consolidating. It's building volume in this area right here. They're auctioning it back and forth. It's a fight. Which way are they going to go? These sellers down here are not getting any place. These buyers aren't doing much better. And, stop and think about the reality of it. This is 29. If you were spot on the bottom, taking the long, and this is 30. That's a point. 30, a point and a half. That's stupid. That is stupid. Stupid Valupid. So he's talking about a further short here. slot certified, so I'm picking them bottoms. Can't pick the tops and bottoms. Slot of the CVD. Get your power out, resign in the sharp slot. It's a minute off. Minute off. Power. Slot. So this is pretty interesting trading here. I'm not in it, but very interesting to watch. Here we have another iceberg, 508 cell icebergs absorbed. Only 23 stops taken out there. This is a by delta absorption. And we're just not getting anywhere. Buyers, there's no buyers hitting the gas here. Now, are they going to come, knock down the wall and flood through the gates? Who the hell knows? There. Now we're looking into the eye of the dragon here pretty quick. I'm going to probably be pretty bummed out if I don't get some make sure that I'm in the trade mode here, focus on the right window, all that kind of stuff. God damn, I just look up to read an email and look what happens. Son of a bitch. Ah. That's pretty funny. I'm sitting here watching this for 25 minutes and then an email comes in and I raise my eyes up and the thing pops. Not that I would have been fast enough to get on that, but 693 out. Annoying that I, again, with the damn mute. Anyway, I was just saying that a move like this is excellent in RMT, rumor trading, but would I have been acute and aware enough to jump on that quickly? Short, I would give myself room to say yes. This bounce long, I would say no. The problem is I had to look upstairs and do something else, on my other machine. At the split second this happened. So I've got to figure out a way to compartmentalize my time and also my efforts. Right? Yeah, and now we're right back up to the scene of the crime here. See, and again, I'm typing, Jesus, criminy Christ! Maybe it's just I'm OCD and I have a message come in or something and it's about invoicing and it's late Friday afternoon and it's the end of the quarter and the month and as I said, I do all of the revenue recognition, forecasting, reporting, run the server, admin the project server and stuff like that for another company. So for a company, so globally. So that's, it's important and it's not peanuts and they pay me well. So, but I guess I'm OCD. I could have let that email sit for 5 minutes or 10 and not responded. But I didn't. So, to quote Forrest Gump, shit happens, right? Shit. Oh, wow. And up we go. Up we go. Into the wild blue yonder. Back up to the micro composite volume profile. Wow. So you see, if I'd have been Johnny on the spot, I would have had almost 30 ticks here, 30 points here, up and down. And the squeeze that I was anticipating may yet occur. Now it's pretty much well, we'll get into the cash close here in a minute and see what happens. I am not going to try to execute. I'm going to stand back. I'm getting covered up with emails about this invoicing story on a project, and I will just let June end with a whimper. But I got to come out of the chute spurring with in this July. For sure. For sure. Yeah. Okay. So here we are at 1450 now. The cash close and that flurry is gonna hit right around here. Typically, it does anyway. Yeah, that's pretty disappointing to miss that. Unless in the final hour to miss about 30 points up and down. It's really doesn't say much for my skills. I really have to figure out how to compartmentalize myself and my life. I don't know what to do about it. I think I talked about it earlier in the stream, how perfect it was in KL. Yeah, but those days are over now. We've been moved over to the States almost 3 years ago now, which is pretty shocking to all of us that actually happened. That it's been that long. It seems like yesterday. Look at this. Here we go with that cash close aggregation story thing. That's what these lines mean, that they're aggregating quotes. Why, I don't know. I guess it's just yeah. That happens when this happens. This is data ingest subsystem utilization. This is a pretty highfalutin machine here, so I don't really understand why there's any issues. And now I'm spooked I would be spooked to try to enter with all this craziness going on. I'm not sure what that data aggregation does to order transmittals and actually seeing stuff. Is that really the right time in the right order? Did that really happen then, or what? So I will just sit it out. I will sit it out. Oh, it's Canadian. Keep forgetting that. Wow. Oh. Okay. So now we see the last 5 minutes. It's still upside down data wise. And I would not get involved in this in a million years. I mean, I don't know why it cares, but yeah, I should just slap them on there and, there's 8 or 10 points going on right there in the last 5 minutes. And then turn around and zoom up the other way, and all the bunch of liquidity, generally a whole bunch of liquidity will stuff right up around either side of the market here. The market on close orders and stuff like that. Oh, yeah. I'll think about getting this invoice advice pumped out here now that I don't have to worry about thinking about this anymore. That noise. Oh, it's a air conditioner getting ready to kick on, I guess. That can't be right. It's only 60,000. It's only 60,000 Canadian. How could it possibly be this split? That's more than 30,000. Something very wrong here. This is 40. It would be 42,000. That's because this is dollars. That's exactly what's the matter. Okay. That's exactly what's the matter. There we go. Okay, so, and we're going to be down in 2 minutes here. So 39,750. 39,750 divided by 2. Copy. There we go. And 2250 divided by 2 is 10,125. Yes, sir, Bobby. That's what we want to know right there. Oh, look at that. Market on close orders smacking in there. Look at those icebergs hitting. Whoa, baby. I wonder what would happen if you'd have just entered a trade down here somewhere at 19. I mean, I have no clue what would happen. I've never done that, to be honest with you. I have never done that. Traded after 1500 that I can remember. Pretty crazy. Pretty crazy. Yeah, okay, so I'm completely officially off of that. And I am going to have a nice weekend heading into the 4th of July week and stream again come on Monday.